Justin England, Darren Smith, Tucker Tenhoff, Max Odegaard, Roman Kifyak, Jaden Peach, Alex Idanovich, John Sherburne, James Cragen, Luke Trombley. We need you up at grid right now. First half of the bracket, you need to be up at grid right now, please. Second half, you can head up as well. We will have you up shortly after we begin. One thing, and we will get going. We got our judges in position. We got a full top 32 today. Hopefully we will see the break in points. We got up in points. We got a tie first place, Mark and Mike Bellinger. And hopefully today we will see the break in that point. Also today we got a guest announcer. We have Pro Spec driver Cody Buchanan on the mic. Go ahead and say hi, Cody.
Hello, everybody. My name is Cody Buchanan. I am a Formula Drift Pro Spec driver.
Something like that. So he's going to work with me today. We're going to try to get through this here. We have a beautiful day. We got our first pair in the burnout boxes.
Now, this first pair here, you got Mike Bollinger and Jeremy Swenson. Now, this is a heavy hitter battle right off the rip. Top 32 is going to be crazy.
And just to clarify that, we've got Mark Bellinger out there in the black 350Z.
My bad.
Hey, he's really good at driving, not so great at announcing. I'm the opposite, so we're good. He drives, I talk. But we got Jeremy Swenson in that white Corvette. This is Jeremy's first year driving, but he has been doing an amazing job. This first run, we're going to walk you through the course as they drive it. All right, so we got both of them ready to go. Mark is in that lead position. They're going to come up. We have a very interesting initiation here. Big Manji by Mark, and they have a very odd corner to go through there. They will hit outer zone number 1, and then they turn to the right and turn right back to the left. Another very strange corner to go around. Mark doing a very good job on his line, and Jeremy sticking right with him. They are going through outer zone number 2 right now, and they are going to switch right back to the front clip, one more rear clip, and then through our sweeper in outer zone number 3.
Now, let's break this run down a little bit. So we had Mark throwing in a big Manji flick on entry. I think it choked out Jeremy just a little bit. He went way on the inside on that. He did catch up, but towards the inner clip number 1, he kind of pinched himself off there and had to dial back the proximity.
Very good looking lead run by Mark Bellinger, and Jeremy doing a great job to not let that 350 get out of his sight. Jeremy going to get his chance to lead. This is a little bit of an awkward run-up that we have considering the type of initiation, but all the drivers have been doing very well getting to their position. Big initiation by Swenson. Mark just hanging back a little bit, and he's going to have a bit of a bobble going into outer zone number 1. Swenson going to maintain that gap, using all of the track as he's headed over to outer zone number 2.
Mark catching proximity really good, actually.
And Swenson right up against the barrier. Might have bumped the wall, done a little wall tap right on that outer zone. This one could get really interesting. I figured Bellinger would be a little closer in that chase. Now, the judge's instruction was that everything is on that lead driver when they go through that initiation. They've got to give him room. They've got to give him a good line, and it looked like Swenson did do that. I'm not sure which one. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes to the white Corvette here, but we'll wait for the judge's decision. That was a really interesting second half of that battle.
Jeremy had a really good lead on that one. I honestly think Mark just gave him a little bit too much space. He didn't think that Corvette was going to be as fast as it was. And
I would absolutely agree with that.
This could decide the points real quickly.
Yeah, this could really throw a wrench in it. We'll be seeing Mike Bellinger. He'll be the last battle of the top 32. He is in the opposite corner of this bracket.
That's why he called me. Who do you got?
All right, judge's decision is in, and moving on to our top 16 is Jeremy Swenson in the Corvette. That is going to be an early exit for Mark.
All right, Ethan, why don't you walk us through who the next battle is up?
All right, next up we've got Peter Healy in that black Camaro, going to line up against Matt Sandbeck in the borrowed Corvette. That is Ethan Reed's Corvette. Healy with the first lead. Oh, and he's going to have a bit of a, maybe a straighten, but not a real clean initiation. Sandbeck not doing a great job behind him as well. All right, everybody's got it cleaned up for the second half of the battle.
Sandbeck coming out of drift before the end.
Yep, Sandbeck definitely going to be a 0 on that run. We're going to see what they're judging Healy on, as that initiation was not exactly what we're looking for. And to be fair to all the drivers, if you've been able to watch practice at all, that is a very difficult initiation to get right. All the drivers have had a lot of runs on it. Sandbeck going to get his chance to lead the second half of this battle.
Big clutch kick entry. Making his way to outer zone 1. He fulfills it perfectly. Healy very far back. Matt seems much more comfortable with the clean air out front.
Yeah, that car is very gripped up. He has been working on learning how to drive it over the past day and a half. Sandbeck with a good lead. He's a little shallow in all the outer zones. Couldn't quite catch the one out by the scoreboard, but he was a bit shallow going into outer zone number 1. His initiation was really good. This may come back to Healy's initiation in the first half of the battle, but then Sandbeck at the end there straightened out in the sweeper. I don't know. Not a great run by either driver. We'll see what the judges have to say about it.
Judges probably analyzing the first run out, making sure the Camaro did not 0 out or not.
Probably a lot to look at in the first half of that battle. A lot of, to be real honest, not great driving, and they got to nitpick that apart to see if there's a 0 on both sides or not.
We definitely know Sandbeck zeroed in his chase. We just don't know if the lead driver had zeroed prior.
Right. Tough to see from our angle of that initiation. It looked like he initiated and then either straightened or almost straightened and had to reinitiate. Definitely not the line we're looking for, so he'll get a heavy deduction for that. But the judges have a real good angle as to whether he actually straightened out in that initiation. All right, judge's decision is in, and moving on to our top 16 in the Corvette, Matt Sandbeck.
I believe this is his first win ever.
On the line right now, we've got that teal G35 of Bryson Metzger out of Jordan, Minnesota. Going to line up against the magenta RX-7 of Jack Vingy. Metzger with the first lead, going to bring us up through the initiation cones.
Seemed like a long e-brake pull from Bryson.
Big correction by Bryson. He stayed on a pretty decent line, might have been a little far forward.
Vingy going wide.
And Bryson able to open up a gap on Vingy.
Going through the last inner, there's quite a big gap going on. Bryson maintaining the track, but coming up very short in the last outer zone.
Yeah, big thing that they're going to look for there is with the gap that Metzger had opened up, did he hit the zones as he went through them? We have a good look at that outer zone number 3 right by the sweeper wall. He missed that zone completely. That will be a heavy deduction against him, especially with no pressure from Vinji from behind. Metzger really trying to look for a clean lead run there. Vinji could absolutely close the gap. I would put Metzger ahead a little bit going into this, but Vinji could do just about anything in this lead lap.
Now, this is not an easy car to drive. It is very underpowered, so props on him.
Yeah, Vinji's going to have to carry all the momentum through everything that he can.
Bryson with great proximity.
Oh, and Vinji going to go at least 1 tire, if not 2 tires off. That will be a deduction. Metzger's got to do the best that he can to make sure he stays in drift behind the slower car.
Coming up short on the last outer zone from Vinji, but Bryson followed him through all the way.
Yep, Vinji going to come up short on that last one. I would lean towards the G35 on this one from seeing what I can see. Better proximity. They both made mistakes in their lead run, not hitting zones like they are supposed to. Vinji doing a very good job of driving that car. He'd be lucky if it has 100 horsepower.
I'd almost bet he put a cinder block on that gas pedal and just let it go.
All right, and moving on to our top 16 in the G35, Bryson Metzger.
This one's a special battle. We have Endy Drift's own Darren Smith facing off against Justin England.
Yeah, Darren just acquired that silver BMW about 2 months ago and got a few parts put on it. He is going to try his hand at some competition drifting. Justin England with the first lead in the S14, and Justin going to straighten on that initiation. Darren's going to spin to avoid contact. That will 0 for Justin. They will bring it around back to the starting line. Darren will get his chance to lead.
Now, if you were in Darren's position, Ethan, how hard would you go right now?
All Darren has to do in this lead lap is just run a clean line. He doesn't have to hit his zones deep. Just run. He doesn't have to go 100%. Absolutely not. Justin, on the other hand, needs to put pressure on, let him know he's right next to the car the whole time, and try to get him to make a mistake without forcing it with contact.
It looks like Justin was having an issue on the starting line. He actually got out of his car, popped his trunk, and was fiddling around in there. I wonder what could be going on.
Yeah, definitely could have some sort of fuel slosh cut or possibly something with the battery. It looks like he might be headed off course. Nope, no, he is going back around. All right, it looks like he's ready to go. Darren Smith will have the lead in the second half of this battle. Justin England will chase. Once again, Smith in the BMW just has to make a decent run. No major mistakes. And England going to have that problem again. It definitely looks like some sort of fuel slosh cut going on. The car just kills all power when he gets into drift. Yep, definitely having an issue.
Smith doing a good job on his lead, though.
Absolutely. All right, they will bring it back around to the finish line. We will get our judge's decision.
I say it's safe to say, with Justin having 2 zeros, we kind of know which way this is going.
I would be leaning towards the BMW. We will see. Judge's decision is in, and Darren in the silver BMW will be moving on to top 16. Not the way he wanted to win, but I'm sure he'll take it. Up next, we got that Miata out of Sauk Rapids, Minnesota. We got Tucker Tenhoff. Behind him in the pickup truck, we've got Max Odegaard out of Rosemount, Minnesota.
Is this the only truck in competition today?
I believe it is. We have a couple trucks here this weekend. Max, I believe, is the only one running in the open class. And I believe this is his first competition here at Interstate Raceway. All right, Tucker in that chase position, or lead position. And opening up quite a gap on Max. Oh, and Max going to go 2 tires off right after initiation.
Tucker doing a good job in the lead. Very good on the last inner clip.
Tucker going to grab just the top of that last outer zone as he went through our sweeper corner. We'll bring them back around to the starting line. Max will get his chance to lead.
Tucker doing a cool down lap. That little Miata does get hot.
And I'm not sure if Max had a problem on the starting line. He was a bit late to get going. Tucker definitely got a jump on him. All right, Max Odegaard going to bring us up to those initiation cones.
Now Tucker gets a gap.
Oh, and Max going to overshoot once again. He is going to continue through. That will most likely be a 0 in his lead.
Tucker does not actually have to finish the run, but we see him giving a good show for everybody. Max filling that outer zone. Very great. Tucker right behind him.
Great lead run for Max after we got through that initiation, but they'll probably be calling that some sort of straighten. It wasn't really a straighten, wasn't really a spin, but close enough. Got 90 degrees. Definitely held up the show for Tucker in the chase.
He definitely lost all of his momentum leading into that outside zone.
And moving on to our top 16 is that white Miata of Tucker Tenhoff. All right, on the line right now, we got Roman Kifyak in that silver 350Z, and we've got that green BMW of Jaden Peach out of Waterville, I believe, Waterville, Minnesota. Roman Kifyak with the first lead. Going to go a couple tires off, grazing that grass just in front of him on initiation. Jaden doing a good job of keeping about a car length of proximity.
Kifyak about a foot off on that last inner clip. Getting right out to that outer touch and go. And coming up a little short right on the entry of the last outer zone.
Good quality run by both drivers. Good initiation by Kifyak. Like I said, he was a bit forward. We instructed the drivers, we don't want the front tires going through that little tip of grass and dirt you can see on initiation. Real easy to tell when they drag through there. Means he wasn't quite far enough back on that first rear clip. Good lead, good chase. We will see what Jaden Peach can do in the lead. Oh, and Kifyak going to go off course and completely off course. That will zero out that chase run for him.
Jaden still having to make a full complete lap. Good inner clip by Jaden. Great on the touch and go.
Peach going to be right up on the wall in outer zone number 3. We'll bring them back around. I'm assuming this is going to go towards the BMW. We got a little bit of dirt to clean off the track before we get to our next battle.
Gosh, I don't think you could have even fit a leaf between Jaden's rear bumper and the wall.
We will get our judge's decision. All right, and moving on to our top 16 in the green BMW, Jaden Peach.
Now our next battle up, we have Alex Hadanovic versus John Sherburne. Now, I don't think Hadanovic has even made a lap today.
I don't believe he made the lap in a practice session. He was here yesterday driving. Hadanovic will be in that blue 350Z, and Sherburne in the red S14. The red 240SX. See, if I just say that, then I'm good.
I mean, it's got a Chevy engine in it.
It does.
So
they both do.
it's almost like a Corvette.
Right. Okay, looks like the track is clean. We are ready to go. Hadanovic going to have that first lead. We are just about through the first half of our top 16 or our top 32, getting to our top 16. All right, Hadanovic going to bring us up through the initiation cones. Big entry, going to dip a tire just before outer zone number 1. Lot of speed and going to go off track, dipping a tire into the just past that front clip. The judges are going to have to look at that if he led Sherburne in the wrong direction. Oh, and Hadanovic going to spin just before the sweeper corner. That will at least zero out that lead run. But they are going to have to look at Sherburne's chase.
You know, just from the sound, I believe Alex was on throttle all the way through entry. I was hearing rev limit the entire way, so I don't think he was decelling.
Right. It looks like Hadanovic trying to figure out if the car has an issue right now. They'll line up. John Sherburne will have the lead in the second half of this battle. We are going to take a look at Alex's car really quick just to make sure everything is in order.
He had 2 major dirt drops. Something on the car may have gone bad.
Also, just a reminder, we got that ND Drift merch over at the announcer's trailer. We've got our new Straight Out of Tires shirts, hoodies. We got a few new hats. We have new decals as well. Feel free to swing on over and grab some new merch.
I know that trouble on being straight out of tires.
All right, looks like both cars are good to go. John Sherburne with the lead in the second half of this battle, top 32. Oh, and yep, Hadanovic going to pull up, pull out.
Oh, and that is 2 tires off by Sherburne, at least.
We will, hopefully, John will see that we have a dead car on track. Somebody should probably try to wave him down.
I don't know how they judge that. Do you know if 2 tires off is a 0 here?
I don't think 2 tires off is a 0. It is a major deduction. We are going to make sure Mr. Hadanovic is okay over there. We will get his car off track. We will get our judge's decision.
Let's give Alex a round of applause, everybody. First lap out in competition all day. Judges.
The judges definitely have kind of a lot to look at here about what happened first and what was worse to figure out a winner of this. Okay, they do have a decision. Moving on to our top 16 in the red 240, John Sherburne. All right, on the line we got James Cragen out of Ironton, Minnesota, the white and orange doored S14. Going to line up against Luke Trombley out of Grand Rapids, Minnesota in that BMW. Cragen with the first lead. Good initiation by Cragen. Trombley right behind him.
Great transition from Luke. Losing a little bit of ground towards that outside zone, but he's catching up real good.
Cragen currently number 4 in points here, and Trombley not letting him go.
Cragen deep in that last outside zone.
Solid run by both lead and chase drivers. Cragen, absolutely one of the fastest cars out here every time he competes, and Luke not letting him get more than a car length ahead of him. Trombley will get his chance to lead. We'll see how fast he can go. I would assume Cragen is going to be able to keep up. Great initiation by Cragen from our viewpoint, and Trombley just right behind him.
Trombley going nice and wide into the first outside zone, getting right up to that inner clip. Cragen trying to close the gap in the chase.
Trombley looking very good in his line. That one's going to be really close. I thought Trombley had a really good lead, knocked over that cone on the rear clip just before the sweeper at the end. I thought he might have had a better lead than Cragen did. Cragen closed up that proximity right at the end. Really good looking run by both drivers.
Luke definitely on entry, it seemed like his car wanted to just spin the tires, so it started to actually get in drift, and then if you watched it straightened out ever so slightly and then got back into angle. So that might have affected Cragen in the chase.
I wouldn't doubt if we see a one more time on this one. I wouldn't be disappointed either way. Really good run by both drivers.
It's definitely one more time worthy for sure. Not too often you see a 4-door BMW built to this spec, and I'm telling you what, I love it.
4-door Beamers are the best.
Judges definitely analyzing this one very closely.
All right, we do have a decision. It was very close. We do have a winner in the white 240. James Cragen moving on to top 16. Outstanding battle by both drivers.
Not for lack of effort by Luke. He definitely did a great job.
All right, on the line right now, we got the blue and white S13 of Ole Rumshen. Gonna get chased by Alex Brandenburg in the beige G35. Fast initiation by Rumshen.
Brandenburg trying to do the best he can to try to close that proximity, but that 240 is just really fast.
Rumshen been making really good laps in practice all weekend. He is currently sitting third in points. Nothing really Brandenburg can do about that. He is limited by that motor in his car, and Ole runs just a, from here, 100-point lead run. Initiation was great. He reached out to outer zone 1. It's what a lot of drivers have been missing, is the very end of that zone. Just a really, really good lead run. Brandenburg doing everything he can in the chase. Also, remember, you can follow this bracket on Facebook on Fargo Drifting. Click on the Bracket HQ link. We have a live bracket going on. Alex Brandenburg with the big initiation, leading the second half of this battle.
Ole, great proximity on the chase. Brandenburg getting out there nice and deep in through the scoreboard section.
Brandenburg going to have to pull up. Looks like he went just off course a little bit. Rumshin will finish out his run even though he does not have to. All right, we'll bring him back around. We will get him to the finish line. I have a feeling this is going to go Ole's way. Brandenburg would zero that last run. We'll get Alex back over to the finish line.
From our perspective, I do not believe Ole did anything to cause him going off. He did have great proximity.
Yeah, it didn't look like there was any contact from here.
It's hard to tell. Brandenburg's car is all sorts of rubbered up, so if there was a new mark, we wouldn't even be able to tell.
All right, and moving on to our top 16 in the blue S13, Ole Rumshin.
That definitely gives him the points over Mark Bollinger. The championship points are still in the hunt.
All right, on the line right now, we got the black G35 of Pablo Ojeda. He's going to have our first lead in the chase. We've got the white BMW of Sean Krebsbach out of Fargo. Sean, new to drifting this year. All right, Pablo Ojeda going to bring us up to those initiation cones.
Big bobble on entry from Pablo.
Yep, bit of a straighten there. Sean's got to make sure to keep it in drift behind him. Doing a good job. Little bit, just a little close on the proximity. Oh, and Ojeda going to straighten out as they head into that scoreboard corner.
Sean handled it very well. Did not try to hit the lead driver. Great on the inner clip from Pablo and Sean. Big bobble leading into the sweeper corner.
Great chase run by Sean Krebsbach, dealing with everything that was given in front of him. Probably 2 or 3 or 4 bobbles by Ojeda. Doing the best he can, low-powered car on this course. For the low-power guys, got to be able to keep that momentum. All the corners have to be smooth to keep as much power to the ground as you can. Krebsbach doing a very good job of avoiding contact on a couple bobbles. I would definitely have the favor towards Krebsbach going into the second half of this battle.
Sean just doing a good old cool down lap. Those BMWs like to run real hot.
We're going to keep running the competition through 1 o'clock, and then we will switch back over to our Group 2 threes. We got about 25 minutes left in the hour. We're going to try to at least get through this top 32. All right, Sean Krebsbach with the lead. Pablo Ojeda in the chase.
Kind of a straight line initiation from Krebsbach.
Ojeda doing a good job following him right in. Good chase by Ojeda so far.
Great transition from both drivers. Pablo, I think, actually got closer on that inner clip.
He's doing very well.
Sean filling the last outside zone, and Pablo
Very
actually
good
being,
run.
him
Yep.
actually being deeper.
Yep. Now, one thing to consider here, Krebsbach definitely had the better lead run, and giving a better lead run gives the chase driver more room and opportunity to do what they're supposed to do. Ojeda had an outstanding chase run, and that's part of that is because Krebsbach gave him the opportunity to do that.
This is all going to decide.
All right, judge's decision is in, and moving on to the top 16 in the white BMW, Sean Krebsbach.
That would be his first win of the year as well.
All right. On the line right now. Oh, it's the next one down. We got Mark Bodner in the lead. Sorry, we had to just get past a bye there. Mark Bodner in the white 350Z with Josh Hulzabus in the silver BMW. Bodner in that first lead.
Josh closing in on the proximity. Great transition through the last inner clip. Bodner a little bit off on that inner clip. Bodner getting nice and deep in that last outside zone.
Good looking run by both drivers. We did have to skip over Brian Erickson. We'll move on to the top 16. His opponent, Daniel Woodars, was not able to make his call, had a broken car. So Brian Erickson moving on to our top 16. Josh Hulzabus going to get the lead in the second half of this battle. Mark Bodner will chase.
Great initiation.
And Hulzabus going to go 4 tires off on that initiation, going to drive straight up into the grass. He knows it is over. We'll pull him back around. We will get our judge's decision.
It was a great initiation. He was nice and wide, and it just wanted to drive him inside.
And moving on to our top 16 in the white 350Z, Mark Bodner.
Next battle coming up, we have John Segla versus Troy Schmiesing. Now, this is Segla's girlfriend's car.
It is the loaner. His typically pink Corvette is broken right now, so he will be driving the convertible 350Z. Troy Schmiesing going to be in the silver G35. We got a little bit of dirt to clean off the track. We'll get right back into the action. We are into the last quarter of our top 32. We are just a few battles away from seeing that other number one in points, Mike Bellinger. We're going to see if he can get the win and go ahead of his brother in points. All right, John Segla with the first lead. Troy Schmiesing with the chase. Good initiation by Segla, and Schmiesing right behind him as they go into our 2 front clips.
Segla going nice and wide, giving Schmiesing a very good opportunity to catch up that proximity. Off on that inner clip, Schmiesing making it up for it in the chase. Moving out to the last outside touch and go, both fulfilling it greatly.
Segla going to miss that last outer zone. Good drive by both drivers. Unless, from what we can't see over here, I don't see a real advantage. Good lead, good chase, nothing spectacular, but no huge mistakes.
That transition from the scoreboard corner from Segla, I honestly thought he was going to spin out. That was a quick transition, but he got right back in it and carried it wide all the way through. They're going to switch positions now.
All right, Troy Schmiesing going to have the lead. John Segla in the chase.
Segla right on his bumper.
Good initiation by Schmiesing, and Segla right next to him.
Oh, he pinched himself off a little bit on that transition, but he caught right back up.
Little bobble just after the second front clip by Segla in the chase. Segla's doing outstanding with his proximity. Just wondering if it's going to bite him a little bit. Got to make sure to keep right up with that other car.
Schmeezing getting into that last outside zone.
Outstanding chase by John Segla in the lower-powered car there. I'm not sure which way this one's going to go. We aren't able to see all the zones. I won't be surprised if it goes to the 350Z or a one more time. Segla's chase looked really good. A couple bobbles. He may have pinched himself off a couple times.
I do like how Troy made that last outside zone and carried the wall all the way through. Segla definitely had a great chase, though, so it's hard to say. Could we see it one more time? I don't know. You'll notice Fargo Drifting on the banner of that 350Z.
All right, and moving on to our top 16. In the 350Z, John Segla. All right, on the line right now, we've got Nate Healy out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota in the black 370Z up against Isaac Nichols in the black BMW. Healy with the first lead, Nichols with the chase. Fast run up by Healy.
Big understeer by Nichols.
Yep, that is going to take Nichols right out of it. He will straighten and zero on that chase.
Now remember, Nate definitely still has to complete the run.
He doesn't know that Nichols has spun behind him. And Healy backing it up to the wall. Very good lead run by Healy, getting all of outer zone number 3. Just about tapping the wall as he goes through. Isaac Nichols going to get his chance to lead second half of this battle.
Definitely has to put all of it on the line right here, sitting on that big deficit.
Yeah, he is going to be looking for Healy to make a similar type of mistake. Oh, and Nichols going to drop a tire, and I think, yep, there was some contact there. Nichols will continue through. We will go out and check on Healy as soon as we can.
Nichols just trying to complete the run, getting all the way out to that last outside touch and go. Coming up a little short on that outside zone, though.
All right, so to go over what happened there, Nichols dropped the tire on initiation, so that's against him. Healy following very close in the chase position. The judges are going to have to decide if it was actually Nichols' tire drop that caused that contact. You can definitely go off track like that and automatically you think, well, that's where the contact came from. It depends what the momentum was in Nichols' car to cause contact or not, or if Healy was following too close on that initiation.
Let's break this down a little bit further. He did tire drop. He did do one tire off, but we do have to remember there is a decel zone right around that area as well.
Correct. The chase driver needs to know that the lead driver can decel in that area. The judges have to decide if it was a proper decel or if dropping that tire did cause the contact. So it could go either way with this. We will see what the judges have to say, but it's not automatically Nichols' fault for dropping the tire and then there was contact.
Judges definitely analyzing this very heavily. Thankfully, we do have cameras up out, and you guys can too. There is a live stream going on right now.
Yes, live stream.
But we're all here live watching. Why would you need the live stream?
That's right. But if you're not here, you should be watching it.
Judges still analyzing. This could go either way. I don't know.
Yeah, the big thing in play here is that it is a decel zone. So Nichols does have the ability to slow down in that zone, and it does go past that cone that they're supposed to drive by. The judges just have to decide, how the momentum looked, and was Healy too close or not. All right, judges' decision is in. We're going to see this battle one more time. They're going to share fault on that. I think that wasn't a bad decision at all.
Hopefully Healy's car isn't too damaged and he can come back out for the second half of that battle, the second battle.
All right, on the starting line right now, we've got Zach Carta out of Sioux Falls in the black 370Z. He's going to have the first lead up against Joe Bozen out of Deerwood, Minnesota, the 300ZX. Carta going to be a little bit too far forward and dirt drop the fronts on the initiation.
Joe falling heavily back on the proximity. Carta making it out there for that outside zone, transitioning into that inner clip, and he's about a foot too short. About a car length gap from the outside zone from Carta.
Yep, Carta missing outer zone 3. So here's another interesting learning situation on that initiation. Carta really in the wrong spot on his initiation, and the judges will have to look at, did that cause what I like to call artificial gap there for Bozen, where it wasn't really earned. Carta didn't really drive away from him. Carta definitely did not give him the right line to follow, and the judges will have to make that decision. Bozen going to lead the second half of this battle, and he is going to get into initiation early.
Big understeer.
Oh, but he's going to spin right on initiation. That will end this half of the battle. That's probably going to make the decision for the judges.
Joe definitely coming out on entry full throttle, and he just lost the front end, and as soon as the front end gripped up, it spun him around.
Yep. That's going to zero his lead. All right, and moving on to the top 16 in the black 370Z, Zach Carta.
This next battle is a big championship points battle right here. We have the other Bellinger brother. We have Mike Bellinger.
Yep, Mike and Mark both sitting first in points. Mark was eliminated in the very first battle. This is Mike's chance in the silver Mustang. He is going to be lining up against Tyler Peterson in the red 370 or 350Z. Mike has the first lead.
Big Manji flick from Mike.
Oh, and Tyler going to straighten behind him, but Mike on not a great line going in. They both recover fairly well from that initiation, and Mike going to straighten out there. That is probably going to zero that lead run for him. He will finish it out.
To be honest, I think they're looking at two separate zeros.
So yeah, we got another interesting situation. There might have been a zero in the chase first and a zero in the lead second. Judges are going to take a peek at that. So Mike might not be dead in the water here, depending on what happens on the second half of this battle.
He will definitely have to do a really good chase to make up for the deficit.
All right, Tyler Peterson going to have the lead. Mike Bellinger with the chase. We are ready to go. This is the last battle in this bracket. We do have the one more time that we'll get to right after this. Little dirt drop by Peterson on initiation. Bellinger doing everything he can to close up that proximity.
Deep in that outside zone from Peterson. Bellinger close behind him. Peterson missing that inner clip.
Peterson right at the top of that outer zone. He may have missed it, but he was close to the top of it. This one, I don't know. This is that first run, super weird circumstances, but the judges will take a look at it. They will figure out where the zeros are, if there are zeros.
Peterson definitely having that dirt drop on entry. I don't know if that's zero-able, but it's definitely a huge deficit.
Right. It'll be a deduction. I don't think they're going to zero him for it.
Could we see another one more time?
Well, the interesting thing is, let's just pretend that Bellinger does not win this. Then you have both Mike and Mark out in the first round. We aren't there yet, but we'll find out.
Then you have Ole.
You got Ole and James Cragen knocking on the door in third and fourth.
Fun fact, this red car out here is my car. This is a borrowed car for Peterson.
We will get the judge's decision here in just a minute. Lot to look at there. When you have the big mistakes, they're harder to judge than the ones that are good.
Yeah, you don't really want to judge a battle off of who did better out of a really bad situation.
Exactly. Group 2 and 3 drivers, you can head up to staging whenever you would like. We'll get you on course as soon as we are done with top 32. Group 2 and 3 drivers, you can head up to staging whenever you would like. We will get you on course. We got this battle and that one more time to get rid of, and we are off to Group 2 and 3. All right, judge's decision is in. We are going to watch this one more time. They both live to fight another day. We will get them off track. We have our other one more time on track right now. We will pull them right around and get this over with. It is assuming both cars can start and drive. There we go. We'll get them off track.
That was definitely a right call. You don't want to make a call just based off of who did better in a very bad situation.
All right, back on that line for the one more time. Nate Healy in the black 370Z. Isaac Nichols in the BMW, also black. Healy going to have the first lead. Nichols will chase. All right, both of them coming in full head of steam. Big handbrake drag by Healy. Nichols going to fall back just a little bit. We got our track worker running after that cone to get it out of the way. Healy with a good gap on Nichols.
Great inner clip by Healy.
Good run by both drivers. Nichols knocking over that cone right on initiation. I think Healy has the advantage going into the second half of this battle. Nichols going to have to lay down a great lead run. And all Healy has to do is keep some better proximity. He had probably 3 cars on Nichols on the first half. If he can stay within a car and a half, he's probably looking at a top 16. Little dirt drop by Nichols, but good initiation. Oh, and a little bump by Healy.
Deep in that last zone by Nichols, going to that inner clip, and he's quite a bit off. Healy making up ground, caught back up on proximity.
All right, good run by both drivers. Few mistakes made by Nichols there. A little bump by Healy in that decel zone just before the second front clip. I don't think Nichols made a good enough lead run to push himself to the top 16. All right, and moving on to our top 16 in the 370Z, Nate Healy.
And moving on to our last one more time battle of our top 32.
All right, we're going to have Mike Bellinger up again in that silver Mustang. Tyler Peterson in the red 350. We're going to get this top 32 all done. Bellinger with the first lead.
Big gap right off the rip on Peterson. And a straighten from Peterson.
Bellinger looking very good through that initiation.
Bellinger fixing his mistake as the previous run.
Yep, that's exactly what you're looking for after one more time. Calm down, make the run.
Great inner clip from Bellinger.
That is the Mike Bellinger we're used to seeing. I don't know if it's been the car or Mike himself with this layout. He has been having a tough time during practice making clean laps. That was one of the best laps we've seen all weekend from Mike Bellinger. That is what we're used to seeing.
Peterson having a huge deficit on the chase. He is going to have to throw down a very good lead run just to even have a shot.
Now, Mike's going to have to watch his control. He is definitely the faster car out of these two. He's got to stay in drift. Oh, and a straighten in initiation, and Tyler going to go right off course. Bellinger can shut it down. There we go. Yep, he has no lead to follow anymore. That should solidify the top 16 for Bellinger. We'll bring him around. We'll get the official word. And that will close out top 32 as soon as we get that. All right. And moving on to our top 16 in the Mustang, Mike Bellinger. That will close out top 32. We will get our Group 2 and Group 3s on the track for their hour. Concession stand is open if you'd like to get something to eat or drink. Also, we got that ND Drift merch right over here at the announcer's trailer. Katie would love to help you get something. Head on over. We've got our top 16 starting at 2 o'clock. We will get through that. Mike Bellinger going to move forward, take over that points lead. Very exciting point shake-up there.
Ole and Cragen right behind on the points trail.
Drift HQ, KBD Body Kits, Grip Royal, Metro Collision Center, Performance Auto, Window Tint Pros, Burress Photography, Osiris Media, Finish Factory, Beast Custom Works, and Tiger Rolloff. Thank you very much for your support in 2024. We are just lining up the last cars of our top 16.
Giving a quick recap from our top 32, the points chase really could be anybody's. I mean, we still have Mike Bollinger, Oli Bollinger, Bellinger. Third time's the charm. We still have Oli Rumshin and James Cragen, all within close range of getting up there on points.
I believe Tucker Tenhoff is also fifth in points. He is still in it. He is down in the lower left quadrant of the bracket, along with James Cragen. Ole Rumshin is in the upper right-hand quadrant. He is the only top 5 up there. Mike Bellinger has his own quadrant as well. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see where the points are after this, leading up to DTP 5. That is the last stop in our points championship. The season points awards will be handed out then. Good to go. We are ready to bring cars up, ready to send them into the burnout box.
This first battle up is definitely a no-holds-bar battle. Both of these drivers are very good friends with each other, so honestly, it's just bragging rights at this point.
We kind of have this first quadrant, the first 4 you're going to see, it's kind of battle of the buddies. We got Jeremy Swenson going to be lining up against Matt Sandbeck and Bryson Metzger up against Darren Smith. One of those 4 are going to be on the podium. They're the only ones left in that quadrant. None of them have been on a podium here for DTP. They're going to be top 4 somewhere. We just don't know where. Headed onto the track, we got Matt Sandbeck in the borrowed Corvette of Ethan Reed. If you've been able to watch practice, he has had a tough time getting a handle on this car. It has a lot of mechanical grip in it. You will see him fighting that to stay in drift. He's going to be followed on track by Jeremy Swenson out of Dilworth in the white C6 Corvette. Jeremy, brand new to drifting, but he is a champion time attack and autocross driver, as well as grid life wheel-to-wheel stuff, national championships in those types of racing. Matt Sandbeck going to have the first lead. Swenson with the chase.
Sandbeck really quick to initiate with a good clutch kick. Swenson about a car length behind and closing up the proximity. There's a decent amount of gap leading into the scoreboard corner.
Sandbeck looking really comfortable in the car in this lead. Looks to be getting the zones fairly well. Going to be a lot wide on that front clip.
Swenson finally closing up the proximity.
Sandbeck going to miss the last 3 parts of the track, that front clip, rear clip, and outer zone, swinging and missing completely on the outer zone. That will make a big difference. The first half of his lead looked really good, and then he just missed all the judgeable points in the last part of the track.
I don't think of C5 versus C6. This is crazy. Which one's better, C5 or C6?
C5, just because I have one. All right. Jeremy Swenson going to get his chance to lead Matt Sandbeck in the chase. Swenson very deep in outer zone number 1. Not a lot of angle from Sandbeck in the chase, and you can see he's going to have a little bit of a struggle keeping that car in drift. Oh, and he gets a little close and has to back off. That is going to zero that chase for Matt Sandbeck.
A lot of angle through the inner clip by Swenson.
Sandbeck possibly thinking there's something wrong with the car, heads for the island. We will make sure everything's good with him. All right, the judge's decision is in. Moving on to our top 8 is Jeremy Swenson. We will make sure that the car is okay. Matt is out of the car. We will get it off track and get on to our next top 16 battle.
Now might be a good time to mention the track staff. Without the track staff out here, there's no way any of this could be ran so smoothly. Let's give a round of applause for the track staff and the judges. Arguably, the judge's job is pretty hard, but the announcing, I think, is way harder.
A very difficult job for the judges. The judges, by the way, today we've got, I'm going to try to get the years correct. We got 2 DTP Open season points champions. Let me take a look at the board here real quick. I think 2021 was Ethan Reed. Did I get that right? 21 was Reed. 23 was Kyle Puckett. Kyle Puckett is also a 5K champion, and we do have a 5K runner-up. We've got Eric Larson over there as well. So a good pedigree in the judges today. We do thank them. That we try to get as many different people for our limited class. We get a lot of the drivers to go and judge, and it's a good way of them to see the other side of drifting. It's very difficult to be a judge out here. All right, we are ready to go with our second battle. We've got Bryson Metzger in the teal G35 up against Darren Smith in that silver BMW. Metzger with the first lead.
Darren
handbrake
really
pull
good.
By Metzger. Good entry, though.
Darren really good on proximity throughout that entry. Trying to close the gap into the scoreboard.
Good looking lead run by Metzger, and Darren Smith right behind him in the chase.
Bryson really good on that inner clip.
Oh, and Metzger going to miss outer zone number 3 completely. Did not reach out and grab any part of that zone. Good lead, good chase from what we could see here.
Overall, really good battle on both parties.
Yep. Darren Smith will get his chance to lead. Bryson Metzger will chase. Winner of this battle will meet Jeremy Swenson in the top 8.
Darren Smith with a big e-brake, making it out to that outside zone, and he gets right out there. Metzger close behind.
Smith very wide as he heads into the scoreboard corner. Metzger right on his bumper. Ooh, Metzger checking up a little, had a little shallow line there through outer zone number 2.
Darren very wide on that inner clip.
And Smith barely catching the line of part of the zone, outer zone number 3. Not much better than Metzger, but he did grab a little bit of the top of the box there. We will bring them around. Tough one for the judges. Good drive by both drivers.
Good lead for sure, but oh my gosh, that chase was great.
Very good chase by Metzger.
Judges definitely analyzing this one very closely.
Moving on to top 8 is Bryson Metzger in the teal G35.
We have another championship contender up next.
We do. We've got Tucker Tenhoff in the Miata out of Sauk Rapids. He is going to have the first lead up against Jaden Peach out of Waterville, Minnesota. In the green BMW, Tucker Tenhoff with the first lead.
Going really on the inside is Tucker Tenhoff.
Yep, Tucker dragging those front tires along the dirt line on initiation. Able to open up a fairly good gap on Peach.
Peach following his line good. However, just the proximity is lacking.
Tenhoff on a good midline through outer zone number 3. Good lead, good chase. Tenhoff should get a bit of a deduction on that initiation. Peach did a good job trying to keep proximity. Tenhoff was able to open a gap. Peach going to get his chance to lead the second half of this battle. Also, for all the Group 3 drivers, if you take a look at the schedule on the board, we had some time added to one of your sessions coming up here to add on for the time we have taken off for some of the track prep. You will get that back later in the day. All right, Jaden Peach into the initiation, and Tenhoff gonna dip a tire or two. This could make things really interesting.
Tucker trying to close that door going through the scoreboard corner. Peach on a nice wide line.
Very good lead line by Peach right now. Outstanding lead run by Jaden Peach.
Tucker definitely just dropped a tire on initiation, and I think his car just board slid along the concrete.
It kind of did. It just stayed right along there. It was kind of like the wheel was stuck on the lip. This one could be interesting. I think Tucker's sitting number 5 in points right now.
It all comes back to how they're going to decide that. If it was only one tire, it could not be a 0. And he definitely had better proximity towards the latter half.
Right. Proximity better in the chase by Tenhoff, but that lead run by Peach was really good. Deep in the zones, nice line, good transitions.
Definitely a hard one to decide.
All right, judge's decision is in. We're going to see this battle one more time. The vote came in as a complete split decision. That means one judge voted for each of them and one judge voted one more time.
That's why we have 3 judges, everybody.
Up next, we got James Cragen in the lead in the white S14. Going to get chased by John Sherburne in the red S13. Big initiation. Sherburne going to dip a tire and straighten out just a little bit.
Cragen going nice and deep into the scoreboard outside zone. Sherburne just trying to close that door.
Cragen going to be very wide on that last front clip. Cragen just going to touch the top of that outer zone. not very deep in that zone. We'll bring him back around to the starting line. John Sherburne will get his chance to lead.
I don't think I heard Cragen lift on that entry. I think he was full throttle all the way through and used his angle to slow down into that outside zone.
He is absolutely one of the fastest cars every DTP.
Maybe we could get him to paint his doors white soon.
Or the rest of the car orange. All right, John Sherburne going to bring us up to the initiation cones. James Cragen in the chase.
Big angle from Sherburne. Dialing it back just a little bit to make that outside zone. Cragen trying to close that proximity, but Sherburne is actually running away from him.
Very surprising to not see James Cragen right on the door. Oh, lot of angle by Sherburne. A lot of angle by Sherburne going into the scoreboard or into the sweeper corner. Might have been a little bit of a stall. He does have the power to push through that, but definitely kind of a wonky angle going in. Had to correct it to get back on course. Did touch the top of that outer zone number 3. Be an interesting one for the judges here.
Overall, great lead from Sherburne. Minus that latter half, I mean, that was a really good lead on the entry. Cragen, surprisingly enough, had a far proximity range.
Yep. Very. You don't see a lot of times when James Cragen is not right on the door of the person that he's chasing.
Judges just making sure they look over everything very carefully. They do not want to make the wrong call.
It's especially difficult in these situations where there were good runs by both drivers, no major mistakes, and they have to nitpick the run to look at who's filling the zones more properly, going around the rear and front clips, getting good proximity there, along with proximity in the chase position. There is a lot to look at. They don't want to one more time unless they have to. If somebody is a clear winner by filling zones more full, I guess you want to say, they absolutely want to give the win to that person. They're watching video right now, making sure that they get a chance to see all those zones. Kind of difficult from here to see. We get to see outer zone number 1 pretty well and 3, but we are fairly blind to the entry of outer zone 2. We can see them coming out of it, but not really going in. There are also a lot of momentum factors that we don't get to see that the judges have a better vantage point on. That lead run has to be smooth. You've got to give the chase driver room to do what they're told to do. All right, judges' decision is in. We are going to see these guys one more time. I think that's a proper call for what we got to see.
Definitely.
That's going to move us forward in the bracket. We've got Ole Rumshen in the blue and white S13 in the lead. Sean Krebsbach out of Fargo in the white BMW going to chase. Rumshen with the first lead, going to bring us up to the initiation cones. Always going to enter fast.
Sean doing everything he can to keep proximity. Great transition from Krebsbach.
Oh, and Krebsbach, a bit of a bobble there. Might have got lost in a little bit of smoke. Now he's really going to have to worry about the smoke being behind that door line.
Ole coming up a little bit wide on that inner clip.
Very good lead run by Rumshin. Sean, fairly new to drifting. This is probably one of the fastest people that he has competed against.
Not only is Ole fast, but he is a smoke show. Trying to follow that, I mean, that's real tough.
Absolutely. He is good about hitting the zones how he's supposed to. There's a reason he's top 5 in points.
Both cars just needing a quick cool-down lap. Sean Krebsbach going to take the lead. Ole Rumshin in the chase.
Good initiation by Krebsbach. Ole right on the bumper.
Great.
Very good lead run by Krebsbach.
Great proximity from Ole.
Yeah, Ole doing exactly what he does. Great run by both drivers. I mean, almost perfect runs by both drivers. I think it's going to lean towards Rumshin for the win. Just the good lead, good chase by Rumshin. Krebsbach definitely having some bobbles in that chase run in the first half of the battle. We'll wait for the judge's decision.
Ole Rumshin still fighting for that championship spot.
Judges taking a look at some video right now. Maybe they saw something we did not.
They might be trying to figure out if anything Ole did in the lead to cause Sean to straighten.
All right, and moving on to our top 8 is Ole Rumshin in the blue and white S13.
Great lead, great chase.
That's going to bring up our one more time between Tucker Tenhoff in that Miata up against Jaden Peach in the green BMW. Tenhoff with the first lead.
Tucker wide going into the scoreboard corner. Peach right behind him. Tucker real close on that inner clip.
Very good lead run, and just like our first battle, looked kind of the same. Tenhoff with a very good lead run. Peach about 2-3 cars behind him. Good chase run, just not having the proximity.
That little Miata is definitely faster than you think it is. Now, taking back to their first run, Tucker did have that real bad bobble and going off track on initiation. Let's see if he can hold it together this time around in the chase.
Second half of the battle, Jaden Peach with the lead.
Peach, real good entry, wide on the first outside zone. Tucker right behind him.
Oh, and Peach going to dirt drop just after that second front clip.
Tucker, real good proximity behind.
Very good lead run by Jaden Peach. A little dirt drop. This will probably come down to the proximity difference. That little dirt drop by Peach. Lead line was very good. Tucker's proximity in the chase was just a bunch better.
Peach definitely doing a great job. Tucker,
oh, absolutely.
Tucker is definitely no feat, though. I mean, he's top 5 in points.
Yep.
It's great battle.
Judges still checking that video. Usually try to explain it before the competition starts. You know, we call what we can see over here. The judges have a much better view of everything. There may be little things that we miss, especially how the cars are filling zones. That is a big thing. We get to watch proximity, but they get to see the zones. All right, we do have a decision, and moving on to top 8 in the Miata, Tucker Tenhoff. That's going to get us to our second one more time between James Cragen in the white S14 and John Sherburne in the red S13.
Cragen going to come down and lead Sherburne in first run. Wide on outer zone 1 with Sherburne.
Sherburne going to drop a tire on initiation in his chase. Oh, and Cragen going to start pulling away in outer zone number 2. Sherburne doing a good job cutting a little bit of line to get that proximity back. Cragen super wide, gets all of outer zone number 3. Really good lead run. Couple mistakes in the chase for Sherburne.
Lower proximity by Sherburne in the first start of that battle, but towards the end he definitely chopped line and caught right back up.
All right, Sherburne going to lead the second half of this battle. See who's going to get into the top 8. Face Tucker Tenhoff. Good initiation by Sherburne. Cragen right there with him.
Sherburne nice and wide. Cragen trying to do everything he can to close the proximity.
Yeah, Sherburne able to open up a little gap there in outer zone number 2.
Big angle from Sherburne.
Sherburne going to be a little bit off course going into the last part of that, the course there. He's going to knock over the last rear clip and then misses most of that outer zone. Might have caught just a little bit of the top of it, but really missed that last outer zone.
Now, I did notice Sherburne on entry. He actually grabbed handbrake before the desozo. It didn't look like it messed up Cragen too much, but...
Looks like most of those chase drivers have been giving a little bit of a gap to watch what the lead driver is going to do in initiation.
Could we get a winner on this one more time battle?
All right, and moving on to our top 8. In the white 240, James Cragen. There we go. Been wondering where the applause has been for some of these. That was good to see, though. All right, up on the line right now, we've got the white 350Z of Mark Bodner out of Brooklyn Park. Going to line up with Brian Erickson in the silver 350Z. Bodner with the first lead.
Erickson trying to close that gap, but Bodner running away from him.
Bodner with a very good initiation. Erickson just a car or two behind.
Bodner off on that inner clip. Erickson following.
Good lead run, good chase run. Very solid run by both drivers. Judge is really going to have to nitpick of what zones are being hit and how close they are to those clips.
Now, this is actually Erickson's first battle of the day. Remember, he had a bye run, so he actually hasn't faced competition yet.
This is true. Brian Erickson going to bring us up to the initiation cones. Oh, going to dirt drop, leave his bumper behind.
Bodner really good with proximity. Erickson trying to run away, but Bodner is just not having it. Great inner clip from Erickson.
Looks like a little wall tap, and we got a fire just underneath the car. Okay, just out of the exhaust. Good to go there, but it looked like a little wall tap by Erickson deep in the zone.
Definitely a wall tap from Erickson. It did not look like it affected Bodner too much, though.
We'll bring him back around. We will get our judge's decision. Good run by both drivers. They're going to have to nitpick that one, find the mistakes.
It's really going to come down to how heavy they're going to weigh Erickson on that tire drop on entry.
Tire drop right on initiation. It may not slow stuff down too much. It definitely does affect that chase driver. They see that. They are anticipating whether that car is going to come to a stop or spin or something like that. Bodner did a really good job dealing with it. After this, we are down to our last 2 top 16 battles, and we'll get right into our top 8. We will be running until 3 o'clock in this part of the competition, and we'll get back to our Group 2-3. Once again, Group 2-3, or Group 3, you will see on the board, we've added some time to one of your future run groups. All right, judge's decision is in, and no surprise, it is going to be a one more time. Good run by both drivers, no clear winner. That will bring up on the line, we've got John Segla in the convertible 350Z, Nate Healy in the black 370. John Segla going to have the first lead.
Good clutch kick entry by Segla. Healy right on the door.
Might have had a little bit of contact there. Oh, and Healy going to check up just before the second front clip.
Segla nice and deep in outer zone 2. Healy right behind.
All right, another little teachable moment here for anybody watching. So while Healy had great proximity at times, what the judges want to see is consistent proximity. Whatever distance they are back from the door, the bumper, they want that the entire run. Healy was very on the door, a car back, on the door, a car back. The judges are able to see that very easily. I would say that would be more of a dock against Healy than a good thing to have that dooring every once in a while. They definitely want to see consistent proximity the entire run. Now, that's me speaking by myself here, not for the judges, but that is something they're looking for in the event where if John Segla were to win, that is something we could go back on and say, well, it was probably this. And that is the thing that drivers will run into when they do want to be a foot away or an inch away from that door. If the car in front of them slows down, they have to react to it. All right. Healy with the lead, Segla with the chase, second half of this top 16 battle.
Segla a bit far back. I don't think he entered as close as he wanted to be.
No, he is going to be fighting to try to catch up to Healy now.
Healy on a nice lead out in that outer zone, though. Great on that inner clip from Healy. Segla just trying to close that gap.
Very good lead run by Nate Healy. Outstanding lead run. Great chase run, just didn't have the proximity there. Was a good 2-3 cars back. We will see what the judges have to say when we get them around here to the finish line.
We did mention Segla is in a borrowed car. The girl walking on track right now, our flag girl, that's actually her car.
That is her car.
Do we have a clear-cut winner?
Nothing yet. They are checking out the video right now.
Great leads from both parties. I think it's just going to come down to that proximity.
Very good leads. I can't overemphasize, and this is all pushed on the drivers at the meetings. They, in the lead run, they have to hit those zones. It is imperative that they sacrifice speed for accuracy. All right, and moving on to our top 8 is Nate Healy in the 370. That is going to bring up that last lower bracket here before we get to it one more time. We've got Mike Bellinger in the silver Mustang going to line up against Zach Carta in the black 370Z. Mike with the first lead.
Good initiation, nice and wide. Carta coming up a little bit too shallow, having to straighten out.
Yep, Carta with a little bit of a hindrance there. He is going to have to catch up again. Oh, and a little bobble after that second front clip. Bellinger on a good lead run. Little short in outer zone number 2 there. Oh, and Carta going to spin just before outer zone number 3. That will give Bellinger a big advantage going into the second half of this battle. Remember, he will take over the points lead. He was tied with his brother. He will, already from his first round win, take that points lead. That spin by Carta just probably extended it.
Now remember, he still has to make it through this run. Carta going to lead first, second.
All right, second half of this top 16 battle. Carta going to bring us up to the initiation. Bellinger in chase. Carta going to short it and go possibly 2 tires off on the front.
Bellinger hanging back a little bit. I think this is a safe thing for him to do.
Bellinger just being conservative. Carta going to be short on outer zone number 2. And another spin by Carta. Bellinger able to avoid. That is probably going to seal the deal. We'll bring them around to the finish line. We'll get the official word.
I think this Mustang has seen better days. I don't think there's a panel that isn't dented.
That's right. That is a drift car. And moving on to the top 8 is Mike Bellinger in the Mustang. That's going to bring up our one more time between Mark Bodner in the white 350 and Brian Erickson in the silver 350. This is our last top 16 battle.
Just cleaning the track a little bit, get all that dirt and debris off. Bodner going to leave first. Erickson in the chase. Bodner, good entry, nice and wide. Transitioning to the second inner clip. Erickson trying to get that gap established. Great lead so far from Bodner. Great inner clip. Erickson finally closing up proximity.
Is it really a wonder why we're on a one more time on this one? Great drive by both drivers. Also, we're looking for Ole Rumshen and then Mike Bellinger. If you could head back up to grid. Ole Rumshen and Mike Bellinger. Oh, we got Mike on the way. Ole Rumshen, we are looking for you in grid for top 8. We have got about another 18, 17 minutes before 3 o'clock. Group 2 and 3, you will be up. We will also include the losing ones in that one. If you have been knocked out of competition, you can go up there. We do need you to be tandeming. All right, Brian Erickson, big initiation, lot of angle, and Bodner going to spin behind him. We'll let Erickson get through the end of this, and we are going to get into another teachable moment brought to you by Ethan. Really good lead run by Brian Erickson. All right, here comes that teachable moment. Everything looked great on the track, but it might not be. So what we're looking at is we just want to make sure from what the judges saw that Brian Erickson made a nice fluid initiation and didn't somehow choke off Bodner. They have a good view from over there of exactly what happens. They will get to make that decision of what caused the spin. All right. Judge's decision is in, and moving on to top 8 is Brian Erickson in the Silver Z.
He definitely came out with a mission. I mean, I think I heard rev limit as soon as he entered all the way till that first outside zone, using his angle to slow down.
All right, we are into top 8. We've got Jeremy Swenson in the chase in the white Corvette. Bryson Metzger in the teal G. First battle of our top 8. Oh, a little bump by Metzger into the dirt, and that is going to knock him off course in that initiation.
Swenson having a real bad bobble in the chase. Swenson coming up on the proximity. Metzger real deep, real nice lead.
Swenson got to make sure to stay in drift behind the slower car. Swenson with very good proximity through that outer zone number 3. Bryson Metzger just at the very top of it, not getting very deep in outer zone number 3. But, of course, that bump on initiation hitting that little peninsula we got out there. And then that sent him on the wrong line. He got his front tires in the dirt a little bit. Definitely a deduction on that initiation. Jeremy Swenson going to bring us up to the initiation cones. Nice clean initiation by Swenson. Bryson right behind him. Couple cars back. Going to have to do everything he can to keep up with the Corvette.
Big gap established by Swenson in the lead. Very deep on that last touch and go.
Swenson with an outstanding lead run. I think we know which way this one's going to go. We will bring them around to the finish line. We'll get the judge's decision.
Swenson having a really bad straighten in the chase on that first run, but was it caused by Metzger in the lead?
Right. Say that again, please. All right, and moving on to our top 4 is Jeremy Swenson in the Corvette. All right, headed on track. We got James Cragen in that white with orange door S14. He is going to lead Tucker Tenhoff in the white Miata.
This is a big championship points battle right here.
Yeah, we got number 4 and number 5 in points.
Cragen going nice and wide. Tucker following.
Tucker does not care about having a V8 in front of him. Not one bit. That Turbo 4 is right on the bumper.
Great transition from Tucker. Cragen nice and good on that inner clip.
Lot of angle by Cragen. Tucker right behind him. Both cars nice and deep in outer zone number 3. That was great. That's some championship battle stuff right there.
Tucker actually going deeper than Cragen right before the final outside zone, and then he had to shoot forward just to try to get the proximity back. Great run from both drivers. We'll switch them around and see if we could find a clear-cut winner. Tucker going to lead. Cragen in the chase. Tucker, great initiation. Cragen right on his door throughout the first outside zone.
Tucker just brushing up against the dirt there. Don't even know if a tire really went off. Tucker able to open a little bit of a gap going into outer zone number 3. Wow, wow, wow. If you have been around the last few years and watched James Cragen and Tucker Tenhoff, I never would have thought Tucker could pull a gap on that S14. James is absolutely one of the fastest drivers out here. We will bring them around. We will get our judge's decision.
Now remember, there are points riding on this battle.
All right, judge's decision is in, and moving to the top 4 is Tucker Tenhoff in the Miata. On the line right now, we've got Ole Rumshin in the blue and white S13. Going to get chased by Brian Erickson out of Nelson, Minnesota in the silver 350Z. Rumshin with the first lead.
Full throttle entry by Ole. Nice and wide in the first outside zone from both parties, but Ole is creating a gap from Erickson.
Erickson doing a good job of trying to stay within a car of Rumshin.
Ole about a foot off of that inner clip.
Really good lead, really good chase. Erickson could have had a little better proximity through most of the course, able to close it up in outer zone number 3. Rumshin, another great lead run. The judges will have to pick that apart to see where he may or may not have been deep in zones.
Ole definitely looking like the faster car out here, but remember, faster cars, it's always harder to chase a slower car, so he's going to have to hold back a little bit for Erickson.
All right, Erickson going to get his chance to lead. Second half of this top 8 battle.
Great initiation from Erickson, nice and wide.
Erickson going to touch a tire off just before outer zone number 1.
He's
going to touch tire off going through the front clips also.
Great proximity from Rumshin. Good inner clip from both parties.
Really good run by both drivers, but it probably is going to be those little dips out of bounds that may hand the win over to Rumshin. Great battle, but it is just the little things that are going to make the difference.
Once we get this far along in competition, it is any little instance that can put you out of battle.
All right, judge's decision is in. Moving on to our top 4. In the blue and white S14, Ole Rumshin. That brings up our last top 8 battle. We've got the silver Mustang of Mike Bellinger going to line up against Nate Healy in the black 370. Bellinger with the first lead.
Good initiation from Bellinger. Looking like Healy had to drive straight a little bit.
Oh, and Healy may be making a little bit of contact there. Healy trying to get right on the door. Oh, and it's going to bite him, and that tire is going to go off. That's the problem with following a little too close.
Deep in that zone from Bellinger.
Bellinger very deep in outer zone number 3. That is the issue with following too close. If you do have to check up, that gap gets a lot bigger than what the judges have been watching the entire time. They want to see that consistent proximity.
He might have overestimated how slow that Mustang actually is.
Yep. Healy doing a great job in the chase. It's just those little things that are very noticeable to the judges. All right, Healy going to get his chance to lead. Bellinger a bit shallow in his initiation.
Healy having some unders here.
A tire off just before outer zone 1. He is going to knock over the second front clip. And unfortunately, you have that bumper dragging behind, knocking over cones as you go.
Nice and deep from Healy, going into the last outside zone.
Well, this will be an interesting one for the judges.
What I would like to point out, I did see Healy on initiation. He did get some understeer right before that first outside zone.
Okay. So, yeah, okay. So we do have a decision in. Moving on to the top 4 in the Silver Mustang, Mike Bellinger. So, yes, there was something there on initiation along with the little mistakes that Healy had made. Bellinger will get into the top 4. Do we want to push top 4 to the next one? All right. That is going to finish our part of the competition here. We will move the top 4 to that next hour. Group 2, 3, and losing ones. If you are a 1 and are going up, you have to be tandeming. Group 2, 3, and losing ones. And Group 3, not this session, but your next session, you will have 15 minutes added on. It's already on the board to make up for what you've lost to the competition. So you will get that time added on. But Groups 2, 3, and ones that have lost in competition can head up right now. Top 4, we will see you in 1 hour. We will crown our DTP4 champion, presented by CBoysTV. Thank you very much to the C-Boys. Please check them out on YouTube if you're not one of the already 87 million people that subscribe to their page. Concession stand is open. Also, get your ND Drift merch over at the announcer's trailer. We have our hats, we have our T-shirts, our hoodies, our decals. We've got those new Straight Outta Tires shirts. Also, if you haven't grabbed one of our Run NDD shirts, those are being discontinued. What we have is what we have. When they're gone, they're gone. But we do have our 2024 shirt with the sponsors and the track on the back. We've got that Straight Outta Tires gear. And we do still have a few sizes of shirts and hoodies in the Run NDD. When those are gone, they are gone.
They might be a collector item within the next couple years.
Evolution Fitness, Drift HQ, KBD Body Kits, Grip Royal, Metro Collision Center, Performance Auto, Window Tint Pros, Burress Photography, Osiris Media, Finish Factory, Beast Custom Works, and Tiger Rolloff. And, of course, CBoysTV for being the DTP4 sponsor. So we got 4 left. We got Jeremy Swenson and Tucker Tenhoff in the first semifinal. We've got Ole Rumshen and Mike Bellinger in the second semifinal. Very interested in that first one, Jeremy Swenson and Tucker Tenhoff. Jeremy Swenson, first year drifting. He won 1 battle before this. He is now on the podium. We just don't know where. And if he wins this battle, he will be top 2. We got Tucker Tenhoff, who has come out of almost nowhere. His drifting, he's been here for a while, but his drifting in 2024 has been remarkable. I believe he got on the podium in the 5K. He is killing cars with more horsepower than he has. He has that turbo 4-cylinder Miata, just driving around V8 cars right now. Cody, you have any opinions on that?
Well, I think he's, yes, killing cars, but he's also killing transmissions. I think he's on his 3rd transmission this year, to be honest.
Well, that's the price of fame. Got to spend a little money to play the game out here.
Swenson in no hopes of championship points, so he's really just trying to put on a show and see how high he can go in the standings.
Oh, yeah,
today.
well, he will automatically, he's already got a plaque coming home with him today. If he can grab at least 3rd place, he's got a little bit of cash in his pocket. He has been, even though it is his first year drifting, as I was saying earlier, he has been driving high-performance Corvettes for years in time attack, in grid life, the wheel-to-wheel racing they do there, in autocross. He is quite a driver.
Hopefully he actually drifts and does an autocross on this run now.
He's done pretty well so far. So we will see how that goes. Other side of the bracket, we got Ole Rumshen. We've got Mike Bellinger, 2 of the top 3 in points. Mike will, of course, be taking that points lead after the weekend here. He has put a little bit of a gap on his brother, who exited in the first round. So Mike Bellinger will be the points leader come the end of this tournament. Ole Rumshen, we'll see where he lands, if he has enough to get past Mark Bellinger, or if he will remain in 2nd or 3rd place.
That's going to be a wild battle. Ole, probably one of the fastest, if not arguably the fastest car here.
Yep, he is driving really well.
Bellinger, I mean, he's a killer. He's a real good driver, but that car it's actually pretty slow. So it's going to be a wild battle to see if Ole can slow the car down enough to follow Bellinger, and if Bellinger can speed up to try to even catch Ole.
Mike wasn't having a great time in practice. It took him a while to get accustomed to this layout, and possibly it was the car fighting him a little bit. He has gotten better and better and better, especially as the rounds have gone on. So I'm sure he is ready for this fight with Rumshen. We are just about done striping the course up. We have got our cars ready to go.
Overall, the Final Four is going to be really rowdy. And I need all the spectators to actually, be alive out there. Can I hear some noise out there? Thank you to all 4 of you.
Can I get a sheesh? Okay, that was good enough.
I give it a 4 out of 10.
It was good enough. All right, we are all striped up. We are ready to go. The call has been made to send the cars into the burnout box. Okay, stop.
Not acceptable. This is
a family program. All right, cars are in the burnout box.
One thing Swenson will have to know, Tucker's car is about 4 feet shorter than his. So even if he's on the door, that Corvette is actually going to be further back. So he just has to be careful of that.
All right, headed on the course right now. The white Miata out of Sauk Rapids, Minnesota, Tucker Tenhoff. Going to get followed on the course by Jeremy Swenson out of Dilworth, Minnesota, the white C6 Corvette. All right, Tenhoff with the first lead, Swenson with the chase. Both cars are ready. Tenhoff going to bring us up to the initiation cones.
Jeremy right behind. Tucker
Tenhoff,
very deep.
Tenhoff looking good through outer zone number 1. Opening a little gap on that Corvette.
Jeremy just trying to close in the proximity.
Tenhoff a couple feet off that front clip, headed into our sweeper corner. And Tenhoff nice and deep in outer zone 3. Wow, is that Miata fast.
One thing I did notice, Tucker did shallow on the angle going into the inner clip to where the gap was established. So I don't know if he was trying to run away or if Jeremy just couldn't hang with the Miata.
I think he'll take just about anything he can get. We'll see how good the Miata is at catching the Corvette. Second half of this top 4 battle. All right, Jeremy Swenson with the lead, Tucker Tenhoff with the chase. Jeremy Swenson going to bring us up to the initiation. And he is going to go in fast. Tucker's got his work cut out for him. Got to catch up in that first outer zone. Tenhoff does a good job of closing up that gap.
Great lead from Swenson so far.
Lot of angle by Swenson around that last front clip. Swenson just as deep in outer zone number 3. I won't be surprised one bit if this somehow goes one more time. I'm sure they are going to nitpick this. They've got to see who's doing what through the zones.
Tucker doing a good job on getting the mosquitoes off the track.
Yeah. Very good job.
Great leads from both parties. Tucker definitely didn't have the angle that Jeremy had in the lead, but both filled zones very great. Might be a proximity game at this point.
All right, we do have a decision. We do have a winner, and heading on to the championship battle is Tucker Tenhoff in the Miata. We will see Jeremy Swenson in the third place battle. On the line right now, we've got Mike Bellinger in the silver Mustang out of Welch, Minnesota. Going to get chased by Ole Rumshin out of Elko, Minnesota in the blue and white S13.
Ole, big bobble.
And some contact.
Let's bring it back. Remind them about the decel zone.
Yep, there is a decel zone there on initiation. The chase driver knows that the lead driver can slow down. We're not sure why Mike Bellinger is still drifting, but he is still drifting.
It's for the love of the sport.
Yep.
He's doing this for you guys.
We will bring them back around to the starting line.
I definitely saw a big bobble off of Ole right off of entry. He almost straightened out prior to the hit. There's a lot of points riding on this battle.
But yes, to go back to that decel zone, the lead driver is expected to decel as they go into that initiation, and the chase driver needs to be aware of that and make accommodations for that. They do have to decel within reason. So the judges will determine a fault on that.
Our track staff, Brittany, just making sure the cars are good.
We're going to see if we can't remove that side skirt from Mike's car. We will get to the second half of this battle. All right, Ole Rumshin going to bring us up to initiation. He is probably going to have to make up for that contact. Oh, and a lot of angle and going to spin around that front clip. We will bring them back around to the finish line. We will get our judge's decision.
He knew he had to throw down a 100% lead run, and it happens sometimes.
All right, judge's decision is in, and moving on to the championship battle is Mike Bellinger in the Mustang. We will see Ole Rumshin against Jeremy Swenson in that third place battle. We will give our cars a chance to get around back over to grid.
Now's a good time to mention we do still have ND Drift merch. Shirts, sweatshirts, stickers. You want it, we got it.
I got you. Just joking. You do that. Just a reminder, the concession stand is open if you'd like to grab something to eat or drink. There's just a little break here while we wait for those cars to get back up. I think Ole is taking a look at his car, probably he and Mike Bellinger. Make sure there is no damage where they can't get back on the track. All right, I think I just heard Ole Rumshin leave his pits to head back up. All right, we've got all the cars headed up to grid. We will get going with that third place battle. As always, when we get our third place battle done, we will announce that third and fourth place finisher. When we do our championship battle, when we have a winner, we will drive all four cars up to the K-rail. We will get the drivers out of the cars, and we will make that announcement of fourth place, third place, and then we will announce first place, and then second. We will go over to our podium ceremony. As soon as that is done, the track will be open to group 1 and 2 for what is left in their session. Then we will get group 3 on for their extended session. Thank you to our group 3 for being patient, letting our comp eat into your drive time just a little bit. You will get it back on that last session.
I think Ole has the highest score for the fastest speed on the return
We
road.
really do need one of those city signs where it says your speed and blah, blah, blah with a little scoreboard.
And then we could put a do not do this on the...
We could.
Yeah. Can I get one last round of applause for the judges out there? Their job is definitely the hardest. Judges, raise your hands.
Acknowledge your... Oh, we got one hand raised. Somebody's on Facebook. Can you guys pretend you care about the people over here? Now, okay, wave to the crowd. There. Oh, good job. That was Ethan Reed. We know that. We do really want to thank. I'd like to thank the judges personally. We made a little agreement. They were all. One of them couldn't make it here today, but they were all past season points winners, and they decided they agreed to take the year off, judge the DTPs for us, make sure that we got a new winner this year, which of course we will have, and we may see some of them back in action next year in the DTP. I'm sure we probably will see Kyle Puckett and Ethan Reed. The third judge was Justin Ruth. He was not able to make it today. He had to brush his hair most of the day. Eric Larson was able to fill in for that. Did I hear some laughter from that? A little bit? Okay. If you know Justin Ruth, it's kind of a funny joke.
Two of our judges are actually the Pro-Am judges, and the third judge is a Pro-Am driver.
That's true.
Yeah.
Correct. We do have that second round, or actually, it's rounds 3 and 4. It's the second weekend of our Pro-Am in September, where the winner will be earning their FD Pro Spec license. All right, we got cars coming up. I heard nothing over the radio, but we have cars coming up. We've got Jeremy Swenson in that white Corvette. We've got Ole Rumshen in the blue and white S13. This is your third place battle. DTP number 4, presented by CBoysTV. Ole Rumshen will have the first lead. Jeremy Swenson with the chase. All right, here we go. Time to go fast.
Ole, real fast entry, running away from Swenson right away.
Oh, wide corner by Rumshen. Swenson doing everything he can to catch up.
Ole going a little wide on that inner clip, giving Swenson a good opportunity to catch him.
Great lead run by Rumshen. Swenson looked good in the chase. Of course, proximity wasn't quite there. He did have a good chase run, though. Just proximity was a bit far back. All right, Jeremy Swenson going to get his chance to lead. Rumshen will chase. Second half of our third place battle.
Swenson throwing it in real
bit of a
wide.
dirt drop for Swenson.
Ole nice and close going into the outer zone too. Swenson nice and wide. Great inner clip from Swenson. Ole right behind.
Very good lead run. A little tire dip on the beginning, on the initiation. That will count against Swenson. Rumshen there in the chase the whole time. I would see this going Rumshen's way. Just an outstanding lead run. Had better proximity in his chase. We will see what our judges have to say.
I think Swenson already knows how it's going to go.
All right, decision is in. We do have a winner, and taking home third place at DTP number 4, Ole Rumshen. Jeremy Swenson will be on the podium in fourth place.
That'll bring us up to our last battle.
On the line right now, we got Mike Bellinger in the silver Mustang, Tucker Tenhoff in the Miata in chase. This is your championship battle. Big initiation by Mike Bellinger. Tucker Tenhoff not quite as wide as he should be.
Big dive from Tucker.
Definitely going to try to make up for that initiation. He is going to ride that door through outer zone number 2.
Great inner clip from Mike Bellinger.
Tenhoff right on the door. Wow. Really good battle. After Tenhoff caught up after outer zone number 1, really good chase. Bellinger on a great line. It was actually kind of funny from our point of view here when they went through outer zone number 3. Tenhoff was right next to Bellinger's car, and you could see the entire outline of the Mustang around the Miata for how little it was. Great run by both drivers. Tenhoff, a little shallow in outer zone number 1 in the chase. He will get his chance to lead here. Second half of our championship battle.
Nice and wide by Tucker. Bellinger coming up real short on entry.
Bellinger in the same position that Tenhoff was in his chase.
Tucker establishing a little bit of a gap with proximity in outer zone 2.
Yep. Tucker a little off that last front clip. I don't know. Bellinger did not have the proximity that Tenhoff did. Good lead runs by both drivers. They both made the same mistake in outer zone number 1. We will bring it around. We will see what the judge's decision is. Now remember, if they do make a decision, we have to keep it a big secret until they all get out of their cars. So, by the way, Jeremy Swenson, you are going to be in your car out there, aren't you? They're going to call you up at the end.
You have a podium.
Yeah. No, podium is 4 here.
At least you know.
We actually do have a ceremony that you're supposed to be part of on the track with your car.
You're supposed to jump on the podium.
You can stand out there. You don't have to bring your car, but we'd like it. We pull you guys up to the front here. Have you never been to one of these?
He's never been to a podium before.
Oh, I've just heard over the radio, if you don't pull your car up there, you don't get your trophy. Yes, you do. Everybody needs a 4th place trophy. Would you get your car? I can stop talking to you. I mean, this is fun while the judges make their decision.
Jeremy Swenson, everybody.
Well, he's part of our drifter family now, folks, so just get used to that. We are still waiting on the judges. They are checking over the video. That was a good battle.
There is a lot riding on this for points in the championship. They have to make sure. Mike's car has definitely seen better days.
Yes.
Can we get a round of applause for these finalist drivers, everyone? Come on.
Yeah, let's give them a round of applause. They did great. Let's not blow up the cars on the finish line, guys. Let's keep all the oil in the engine.
This isn't a Walmart parking lot. It's okay.
We are still waiting, not holding out on you. They are looking it over. Okay, we do have a decision. We will pull our cars up to the K-rail. We will get our drivers out of the car. We will grab our third and fourth place finishers as well. Ole Rumshen and Jeremy Swenson. Let's get you on track.
Jeremy Swenson deciding to make a fashionable entrance. And Ole Rumshen coming on track.
We will get all of our drivers out of the cars. We will get our judges over here. We will get the announcement. Now that we have the drivers out of the car, can we give all of them a big round of applause? Congratulations to our podium. Our podium has 4 spots, Jeremy Swenson. You get a plaque and everything. Okay, we are going to get going with this. At DTP number 4, presented by CBoysTV. In 4th place, out of Dilworth, Minnesota, the white C6 Corvette, Jeremy Swenson. In 3rd place, out of Elko, Minnesota, the white and blue S13, Ole Rumshen. And your winner of DTP number 4, presented by CBoysTV, in the silver Mustang, Mike Bellinger. 2nd place will be the white Miata of Tucker Tenhoff. Congratulations to all the drivers. You can go ahead and do those spinny things. Bring your cars over. We will do the podium ceremony, hand out the awards.
Jeremy, you're new to this, so this means do donuts with everybody else on track. In Ethan's terminology, it is spinny things.
Do the spinny things.
Well, that was fun.
Yes. Anybody else feel just a little bit scared there for a minute? Waiting for a few cars to hit each other? He's awfully excited for not caring about his podium spot. All right, we will head over to the podiums. We will hand out some plaques. We will hand out some cash. Once again, Darren, I will be doing this from over here. If you just want to let me know, the plaques are over there. The cash is over here. I passed by Sean. I go, we're never near the end of it. And he goes, I don't know why you guys let him win. Jeremy. All right, we will get our top 4 drivers up to the podium. copy, Darren? All right, we are all ready to go. We've got our drivers. First of all, I'd like to give just some recognition to the fans, the track workers, the drivers, everybody that came out to DTP4. This was an amazing weekend. Layout was kind of new to us. We got great weather. Thank you, everybody, and especially thank you to my co-announcer, Cody Buchanan. I didn't know I had a co-announcer until about an hour before comp. So if you give a round of applause to Cody, to the track workers, to the fans, to the drivers, thank you very much. This has been a great event. All right, let's get on to it. In fourth place, taking home our fourth place plaque, out of Dilworth, Minnesota, the C6 Corvette, Jeremy Swenson. Even though fourth place isn't part of the podium. Anyway, in third place, taking home our third place plaque and $50 care of Evolution Fitness from Elko, Minnesota, the S13 Ole Rumshen. In second place, taking home our second place plaque and $100. Thank you to Evolution Fitness out of Sauk Rapids, Minnesota, in the white Miata, Tucker Tenhoff. And in first place, out of Welch, Minnesota, taking home our first place plaque and $200 care of TRJ Photography, in the Mustang, Mike Bellinger. All right, everybody take your photos. Take the good photos. Take the normal photos. All right, you know how to do it, guy. Well, Jeremy, you're new to this, but we do a little photo called the jump photo. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, jump. Ready? 1, 2, 3, jump. Good enough. All right, Darren will want to take your photo in front of our sponsor wall. Once again, thank you, everybody, for coming out. What a beautiful weekend for drifting. Group 1 and 2, you are going to be up for the rest of this time, whatever it is. If I take a look at my phone, we've got just under a half hour to go. You have the track for that. If you want to head up to staging, we will start running you as soon as you're up there. Group 1 and 2. Once again, thank you, everybody, for coming out to DTP number 4. We are not done. We are running till 7 o'clock. Concession stand is still open. We still have that Indy Drift merch. Come on by, grab something. Another note, those Run NDD shirts, once they are gone, they are gone. They are being discontinued for some new stuff coming out. So feel free to come over, grab something, t-shirt, hoodie, hat, decal, and we will get going with the driving as soon as we have drivers up in grid.